Look! There are a ton of Fatui and Palais Mermonia people over there! The knave is Are you two the Traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nervalet has left instructions.
Why did they pronounce
Please
it like
follow me.
Monsieur? It's
Though I'm
Monsieur
sure he's
Nervalet.
already explained, this should be a mostly cordial conversation, unlikely to give rise to violence.
Cutie! Votes lower.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Shut the fuck up.
Of course. How could they not attend a meeting such as this? I must always have 2 or more guests at my dessert table. Otherwise, the occasion would be too
Look how
lonely and
her eyes glowed
unbecoming
up
of
every
It
time
is
she
my
sees
pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I am the Knave, one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers.
So this is the name. The head of the House of the Hearth. And Lenny's siblings. Father. She certainly does not seem easy to deal with. Pleasure to meet you too.
I've already prepared seats for you. Come, sit beside me.
No, you didn't.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually
did not
recently
expect
agreed
this.
to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a
love
limited
tea.
type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Jeez, that looks
There
nice.
are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
You want to poison us, bitch? Okay. She seems friendly enough. But I can't be all to her. The knave is a force to be reckoned with. I should be very cautious around her.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
It's quite tasty. And I think Paimon agrees too.
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You...
Wait. Child should have no reason to say something like
I
that.
wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing. I'm really worried about his safety, you know.
No, you're not.
Here's to hoping
Shut
that
the
he's an
fuck up.
excellent swimmer.
I have faith in his abilities.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I should add something. His martial prowess really looked certainly pretty impressive, yeah.
Farina looks quite nervous. There must be some kind of bad blood between her and the knave.
Oh, so you're also familiar with his aptitude for fighting, Miss Farina. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Child was subdued by Eudex Neuvillette right in front of you. Against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot. But alas, he just never imagined he'd run into such a person. I must express my admiration for Monsieur Neuvillette.
I managed to find a few leads on his whereabouts.
Coming from you, that's not so...
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news some... Oh. And just how do you know?
Because...
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Oh no. Paimon's statement just left us wide
The
open.
fortress of Meribede lies deep beneath the waves.
Why are you doing this with
Unless he
Paimon?
pranced right out of the main gate, he must have had to swim for it. Do you have any proof that he surfaced safely?
We do not. But there was also no evidence that he was injured or killed.
That is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago.
Tonya.
Since
New
he was
character.
unfortunate. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snezhnaya together. I'm currently admiring the scenery on the...
She's turning up the pressure. I'm not sure I'll be able to convince her. But I can at least try to distract her from Farina. That sounds good to me, yes.
All All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are...
Hold on. The water in the teacup is
It's a
shaking.
primordial sea. Verina's peepee.
I suppose
She
this is
peeped
also
into
a
the sea,
sign of things to
and now
come.
Fontaine has to
Miss
regret it.
Farina.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
Oh shit. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cordinale. According to
My
the
thanks to
Oratrice
you
Mécanique
both.
d'Analyse Cordinale.
I will take it from here.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cordinale.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Jeez.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Wow.
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
Okay, that was easy.
This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a...
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions by now? That's just how the courts operate.
So what gift must the loser give? Tea?
He already has tons of tea in his office. I'm thinking about a set of legal codices.
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the
This
fortress to be
conversation
outside
is really
the law.
natural for Genshin
I was
Impact.
under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the
Three
legal codices.
mixture of people.
That was obviously a joke.
Nice. Sure, these guys heard pretty.
Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to attend to in the overworld, correct?
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Palais Mermonia for long.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the Fatui Harbinger.
I must say, we've spent long enough playing house, Miss Farina. As the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression...
What are you trying to say?
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontainian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, Here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden.
Roasted.
Do you really think that's acceptable?
But at the same time, she's
The
also like a child.
prophecy's
So
hanging
like,
above our necks like a guillotine.
Jesus
Every
Christ.
faction is looking for a way to either avert the disaster or save their own. Even the orphans of the House of the Heart have devoted everything to saving their homeland. But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree
But you
have been.
beggars
From the
believe that's
very
how
beginning,
nonchalant
you,
and
the
carefree
god Fosilor,
from the
you
very
have
beginning,
utterly
you,
failed
God
to take
Force Lord,
action.
utterly failed to take
You're
action.
wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjectures.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts right now. Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you going to save them? Save us? How are the people you've sworn to protect supposed to survive in a land that will soon disappear beneath the waves?
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me.
Okay.
Fontaine will be
Okay.
saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue on as I am, I will be able to hold my head up high.
Marina's not acting like her usual self. She's usually fiercely refuting the name's accusations. She says what she says. She's not putting up a
Then I
front.
ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where...
So, was that all a lie? Or can she really not tell us? She was so She was so full of conviction and confidence just now. But she is deflated like a pop balloon.
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself. They will only reveal themselves
Stop
at
doing
the
this.
fated time. It is just that
Jeez.
beings like yourselves are unable to perceive.
I see. As a god, the proof of your labor always lies beyond prying mortal eyes. Allow me to be so bold as to ask another way. Would it be possible for you to tell us the parts of your plan that...
An emergency response plan?
Oh, that look in your eye.
The emergency response plan is also strictly confidential.
Then allow me to
Our
jog your
system is
memory.
very
Miss
flawed.
Farina, what is the
like
purpose of your
humans or-
oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal?
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. We now turn to the Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
And what do you plan to do with the
Oratrice
massive amounts
mécanique
of
d'analyse
indemnitium that has
cardinal.
accumulated over the years?
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
The oratrice? It's just like it appears to be.
So you also have
Humans
no
are
idea.
capable of minding
If I'm not
themselves.
mistaken, I first
The
caught wind of this when
fucking
Linny tried to
Archon
investigate
system
the
of,
oratrice in the
Quebec
Opera House.
is
You see, even just
weird.
getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely large amount of indemnitium. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on?
Bro, relax.
Oh,
She's like a
great
kid.
Hydro. Oh,
Fuck.
right. I almost forgot. Udex Nuvilette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some troublesome business.
Yes, that's exactly right. Please keep it a secret for me.
Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina, you seem quite insecure without the Udex by your side. Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves, everyone.
These aren't topics I can speak about. And I don't even know what Nivelette's task was. If I had to guess, he probably went down to deal with the surging primordial sea. But can he really deal with it by himself? And is Farina being truthful or not?
I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an You too, Paimon.
Thank you. Paimon will take you up on that offer.
That cake tastes so good. I mean, it looks so good. At least because I'm feeling really hungry right now.
Oh, Paimon's super.
Shut the hell up.
If it's on my tea table, it must be of the highest quality. Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be featured at Miss It is getting late. Why don't we call...
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, traveler?
Paimon's coming too.
We never really talked to the Archon too much. No, I want to talk to Fontaine.
The tea party turned out to be even more difficult than I'd imagined. Why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? If there's nothing urgent, then I shall be retiring for now.
Water jet!
Water jet!
Go!
Go!
Water jet!
Water jet!
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
What do you want to say?
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude.
I didn't think that's what you wanted to talk about.
Do I look like an irresponsible father to you?
Yes?
The House of the Hearth is
Narcissistic
very important
bitch.
to me. You should know that I care deeply about my children.
Was there nothing else you wanted to say?
That was all. Formal topics
that was
should
all?
be discussed in formal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede.
They've all been working very hard.
You mean Writhsley. He's a tricky one to deal with. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of... You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to...
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine.
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you.
Okay.
You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy. Anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was...
That's a god! How are you?
It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? What are you trying to do? Please, don't kill me!
You have hydro powers! Oh my
The
god.
fear in her pupils is genuine. So perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Farina dares not mention this incident to anyone.
Man, she's just like me for
Not
real.
long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Iudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article.
It sounds like Neuvillette is the true Hydro Archon in my opinion.
I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively,
she was forced to do this business, man.
Yes, Father.
My dear children, please speak.
News from the fortress
What do you
of
call her
Meripede.
father?
Master Child has gone missing.
It's transgender.
On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
News from the fortress of the Meripede Master. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contracts and the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Writhe.
Probably the handiwork of that Writhe.
I'm afraid so.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity.
This is a good opportunity.
The value of a harbinger is much
the
higher
value of
than
a
most would
harbinger is
imagine.
much higher than
We
what
now have an
one
excuse to exert diplomatic
higher than most
pressure
would
on the
imagine.
Fontaine authorities.
We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Fontaine authorities.
Set up a meeting for me.
Set up
I
a
would
meeting
like
for
to
me.
meet the Hydro Archon
I would like to
and
meet the
Iudex
Hydro
Neuvillette.
Archon and the Iudex Neuvillette.
And I have an
And I have
additional mission for you three.
mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not
Tartaglia's
a part of my
disappearance
plan,
was
but
not
I
a
can
part of
use
my
it to
plan.
make a breakthrough.
But I can use it
With
to make a
this as
breakthrough.
my excuse,
With this
I can ask
as
for
my
an official
excuse,
audience
I can
and
ask for an
continue my
official
investigation
audience
of Farina
and
and
continue
Iudex
my
Neuvillette.
investigation of Farina and Iudex
The
Neuvillette.
initiative belongs to the House of the
The
Hearth. My wish to investigate the fortress of Meripede will be a front.
The
Lenny and
initiative
his
belongs to
group
the
will be
House of the
responsible
Hearth.
for the
My wish
actual
to investigate
intelligence
the fortress
gathering.
of Meripede will be a front. Lenny and his group will be responsible for the actual intelligence gathering. Okay. Why are you scared Farina like that? Come on.
You should know the rest.
Gotta relax, bro.
Lenny's group is quite close to
I know
you,
how
so
people
they
are.
wouldn't
Like
have
she
hidden
must be so stressed
it. It
out
wouldn't
and
mean
anxious
anything,
because
even
of
if you
this fucking
shouted
thing.
it from the rooftops.
Come on,
After all,
she wants to be a kid.
even Farina
Let her
herself
be a
is still
kid, man.
pretending
Come
that
on.
nothing of that sort ever happened.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined.
But I
once
can get your
surmised
perspective
that Iudex
from a leader
Neuvillette
point.
must be the
Yes.
Hydro Archon. But now,
She does not
that
sit-
doesn't seem right
she
to me
doesn't sit
either.
to be an Archon. She should sit down. I'm not gonna lie. How did you come to that conclusion?
I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves.
True,
Whether
true, true.
Iudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill.
Really?
It's hard to imagine
Neuvillette
either of them as the
is a
Archon.
good one.
Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in... Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe ultimately, though. One must... You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve. And as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
Neuvillette.
He certainly returned quickly.
Neuvillette?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feed permission granted.
Does this mean you have some deeper connection with the Hydro Archon? You have the power to force back to enlighten this.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history, and now another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
No, he's getting sad.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
Dragon of Watch once for a second.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... what? Huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina?
Nervalette, are you listening?
Ah, my apologies.
We were just guessing randomly. We didn't guess right, did we?
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for me.
Right, of course. There's still something...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the Dragon Sovereign of... then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
There are 7 elemental Archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Archon disappears and returns their elemental authority to me. Given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office. If you have any more...
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Traveler, why don't we pay another visit to the Fortress of Meripede? We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Yeah. You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here, right?
And here I thought you'd managed to escape.
All right. There's no need to get caught.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
I was also transferred to... Whenever he'd say that.
Hey, there's...
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and...
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be...
Such a failure. I don't like this.
Rain outlines your...
Traveler! Paimon, you're back! Are you still doing alright? Did either of you get hurt? We're fine, but what about you guys? It was such a huge... A few people sustained superficial injuries, but that's about the extent of the damage. Of course. How did Nervalette know? I'm sure Nervalette has strong resonance with the hydro element. When I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded, if you're not too... just let me know if you get a craving for any particular I'd like to take the opportunity to spend some more time observing your facial muscles as well. Your happy smiles are quite contagious, you know. They're so memorable, and I've missed them immensely while you were gone.
Wow. Okay. How sweet. Maybe comfort that's
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare-teethed cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from it, eh?
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the...
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing.
She didn't want to stress you out.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out.
You meant father?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand.
It was a little surprising.
Her attitude towards you is even better. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and
Stop
she'll do
dick riding
everything in
her,
her
bro.
power to help the...
Father is very capable.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she...
Got it.
That does sound like something that father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon would...
Another implies that you are already... Well, next time.
You shouldn't see me like this.
Where's Rice-a-Lay?
Courier? Miss Sijween told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? It's you two.
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite
Hello
a
there.
mess here
It's been
recently.
quite messy recently.
How have you been?
And you, are you still taking the secret passageway?
Yep. That...
It can be a bit annoying when there are a lot...
I mean, the infirmary does make...
Oh, yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your...
Not at all!
Go up. Relax. Come on. Be serious now. Be for real. Be slash SRS.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange...
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing.
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sijween's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts milkshake?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Well, it's Nervilette's own fault for making Sijuin worried about his health, but... Oh, and I have some gifts here for you.
Are these from Sijuin too?
Nope. They're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time.
For real? Then we could stay...
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your...
No way, why are we sleeping here again, bro? Come on, we're out of prison.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
It feels like a huge weight is off our shoulders.
Sure feels that way. But the truth...
Paimon, is there something you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually immediately fall asleep.
Hey, that's not true!
Shut the fuck.
It's like, we've now caused so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but...
We're the best adventurers ever.
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here?
Being a guide counts too.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an... The last time we fell asleep, we should be safe now, right?
We'll be fine. So don't worry, Paimon.
Alright then. Good night to you, Traveler.
Good night to you, Paimon. Aww, look at them, he's so cute. Look at that kid. Look, let's see. He died, dude. No way. Child, what's happening to you? Finally. I wish. A single wish. And it doesn't do anything. Not surprising. Should give us 2 wishes.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave...
Please, sign here. This document will be effective in...
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Jesus Christ.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Just call him right slowly.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the sea. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. By the...
I believe today is this month's...
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that... Oh yeah, Paimon feels... Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Merit, we should probably... You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your...
I believe it would be the...
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these... If you're concerned about things at the Palais, why don't you take some time to go up and check things out? I believe you should still have some vacation time to spend.
Thank you for being so... It's been some time since I've come...
Crush!
More speed.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at the...
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Does he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he... Yes? What is it?
Right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't for—
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels
rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation...
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful. The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just let me know.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right?
More speed. I condemn you.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look! There's someone on the roof over there!
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young enough. My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg!
What happened?
How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
She's over there! Hey, Navia! Are you okay?
Oh.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came...
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he...
I'll jump down then. Find the leader of Squad 1, and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water
didn't have a chance to escape.
Bruh.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
There's no way.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best.
How awful. And all of this...
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? 2 of them died!
Navia. That's what friends are for!
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
They died!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes!
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished of course, we should traveler. Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Navi, I'm pulling for you, buddy. Jeez. She's so beautiful. Nice. She is so fucking beautiful. Holy shit. She's so pretty, man. She is. Perfect. We now turn to the Oratories Mécaniques d'Analyse Cordinale. The judgment of the Oratories Mécaniques d'Analyse Cordinale. The Oratories Mécaniques d'Analyse Cordinale. Oratories Mécaniques d'Analyse Cordinale. Oratories Mécaniques d'Analyse Cordinale.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Nope.
Well, given the time of day and the whole
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Not an empathetic person. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
No.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh?
It's okay.
What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but
okay.
still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents.
It happened.
And they were in the seawater.
Oh, shit. It's okay.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid.
She keeps crying, man.
But
oh, man, it's okay.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
No.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't
not
usually
apologize,
cry,
okay.
really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely Malus and Silver have helped me so
Number one
much.
Geo lady right here.
By contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
It's not your fault.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Olenna, Khan, Burnett, Javert, so...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One part, Malus and Silver were not the price.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last
Dude,
met.
relax. What the fuck? Where'd you come from?
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes. My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the
You
residents
look
of
too
Poisson
evil
have
to
been
be doing this
evacuated,
stuff.
and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that.
Without your help, there would have been many more...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only would...
Don't say that. You and yours... As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific... I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding word.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate.
So, you're one who...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need...
Okay.
By the way, traveler, Paimon,
Mother.
one more thing.
Alright, we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no traveler. I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both
Why are
know
you
that there may
acting
be
all
issues
friendly?
with the primordial sea.
Don't you kill people?
Previously, it was the fortress of
people,
Maripide's
not
sluice gate.
murder
And this time,
people.
it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
But nice trip.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some root. Judging by the dating of the ruins, maybe my people initially came to prepare.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and
So I'm
Fremine
going
have
to
all
fight
been
the
dispatched to
knave.
higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friend.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a...
Got it! So I'll...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
You're all that I want to be.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
Good job, good job.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right? The room.
Okay, the three of...
Man, Navia is such a cool person. The room's all the way down there. I'm going to have to explore a bit. Do I...
More speed.
Or... Oh, not really.
More speed. Beg for mercy. Time to scout.
Is this a domain expansion?
So, are these the ruins the knave would...
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Sheesh.
Solidify!
Rain cutter. Huh? No, my sword. Outlines your fate. Know my sword.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontaine would most likely dissolve the
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case...
The water levels here. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit.
All right.
We can't dive in.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
The fuck? No, Navia!
Navia!
Shit! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What are you doing?
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However...
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, do you?
Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with that.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared.
Did you die?
Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big
They're
and
dead,
beautiful
bro.
once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like,
Sour
Demoiselle.
stuff specifically.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever... I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Your mic.
Oh? All right then.
She dead, bro.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Okay.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
You're talking to the primordial sea.
Karina,
That's what I'm guessing.
Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. What? And as for the judge... huh?
They're
Where's
dead,
Monsieur
bro.
Neuvillette?
Sorry.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have...
Oh, well.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
The hell is happening?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... it hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of... I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very big Carina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia.
Jesus.
Silence.
Neuvillette? What the fuck?
That's...
Where did he come from?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh, she's crying again.
Loose. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Oh, man.
No, wait! Just a second!
Hey! Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have...
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait! Did you say Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to...
Please come with me.
Bye-bye, Navia.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, hi, my nose. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
Bro,
I suppose so.
Just like me for real.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave. We had a chat.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Yo.
One with nature.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Witness the power.
The range knows me.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Stabilize!
No, my sword! Let me weave you up.
Into the wind. Fallen leaves. A door.
Time to go!
Time to... Rain outlines your...
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place? There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some
In the
twists and
vicinity.
turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Shit.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in
The surrounding walls also show signs of damp.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates.
That would fit the circumstances
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just... This says that it's the hit... Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd? Or the...
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies. as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their content...
But who would have...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
We didn't talk to Farina.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have...
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really going to talk to her about this directly? Will that...
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes it...
All right, we'll leave it in your...
I will be carefully considering my...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the... All right.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good... Paimon's already starting to...
Oh, that voice.
Mona?
Is that who I think it is?
What the hell? What are you doing,
two.
Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
I just said that.
Mona?
I got you C5.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about it.
Magistus is thus the
Stop talking about your surname, I don't care.
which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're...
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's water.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch... There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
How'd you
Just
get
tell
here?
us what you think as an
I
astrologist.
have no money.
Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just any. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
Thanks, Mona.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all.
That's the greatest of astrologists!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
I want you as my mother.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, that's more like it.
Shut the fuck up.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
When will you ever say I?
Time to get up, traveler. We agree.
Shut the fuck up. You dumbass child. Ooh. Wish is something that I will wish. Thank you very much. Oh, God. 5, 10, 15, 22, 23. 23. That's not good enough. Character costs do I have? Okay, Final, Nahida, Baiju, Thea, Baiju, yeah, and you do that one. Lily and Nivellet, Rycella Slade, Farina.
Rise!
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Shit. That child is being immature again.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Type?
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudex, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
We're gonna have to stop you there, bitch.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not. We may have to create a situation.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
We must let her stand against the Overtruth Mechanique Denali's Cordinal.
Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
This is the flaw of gods ruling countries, dude. Not all of them are suitable of ruling a fucking nation. And who says their strength is the only reason that they should? Because some of them are unresponsible, just like Farina. She should be a normal civilian, and not a god of Hydro. Not even a ruler, per se. There should be a better suited candidate, even though it could be a human. I feel like a human would be better of an Archon in this situation.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Ghostbusters! Mona, Navia.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
What?
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do.
It's nice to enjoy tea
Not
here,
him again.
you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded.
Everyone is here. Where's restlessly?
You might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and use on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
I don't think anyone asked for your opinion from me.
Steady. Exactly the kind of person who would...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought... I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you,
Your chest is like, it's bursting out of your
If we were to create a trap now, how would you...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, Why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that...
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god. A being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Okay. I get you. So we're gonna try to lure Serena to the court. And we shall judge a god.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meat... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
What does freedom really mean when demanded by you by a god?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have it. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Did you just pour some... Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who is that?
Who's that voice?
Mona?
There's no one here.
Not Mona's.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky,
I don't remember.
I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion. Consider me a passerby. Just the prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Bro is not L.
You may view such things.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
That's exactly what Dansleif said. Just as the prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in the hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your... This was good tea, by the way.
Invisible.
Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice. It's gone.
Is she a new character in this picture?
Alright. Hey, it's you!
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil. I'm in full support of her view.
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold, if you ask.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old... But I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she...
Whoa. The heck?
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally...
Well, it's not like Paimon could...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but... perhaps it is something... Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed, but even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering...
Huh. You do have a point.
There, it was worth trying to comfort you, I suppose. That might be why we...
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
See, Daisy.
Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Merip. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their what? So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed
So you are a
Charlotte's
fairy.
biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us, she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since... seriously? What?
Bruh, always hungry. How much calories do you eat a day? And you're small. You get fat so easily.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tension.
One slice of cake, please.
There's no
Someone showed up
way.
after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
You're right. I see.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Oh.
These 2 slices are for you.
Oh, yes.
Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
You should be called sad. You should be sad too, because we're sentient.
Sijuin? I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
So your emotions do not work
So
like
I'll be going
humans.
now. You do try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea! It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow!
Oh god.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh! We're near the Seabird office! Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
What the fuck? Stop. No. No.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you? Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table. It's...
Take a rest.
Tiffany's met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Hey, I like your costume. Here's the keys to this house. Have you ever seen our channel before?
We can stop wars, eliminate...
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a
Counted the guardian
journalist.
of fallen green do-gooder. Martian
Nice.
Man.
In which case,
He may
can
have
this
come from the
daredevil
stars,
journalist
but
dare to
Martian
request
Man
an
will
exclusive
always be
interview
one of
with the
Earth's
legendary
greatest
traveler in
superheroes.
Paimon?
While taking on bigger threats was part of his job as a guardian,
So your article
Martian
in the
Man
paper today
always
doesn't
made
count?
time to help first responders on the
Of
scene.
course it doesn't. That
With his
was
gentle
more like
nature
live
and kind
photography.
spirit,
What I'd like
Martian
to do is
Man
dive
made
deeper
Earth
and ask
his
you to talk
home.
about the things you've seen and experienced.
Here's the need to know. We've had multiple corroborated sightings of Darkwing, which is perturbing me considering that I personally ID'd what was left of
Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would...
That's the... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Help me make sure it's not like you never heard another innocent incident.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
We don't use that term. It's degrading.
Okay, bring him in. He's lost it.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Hey,
you mean
I'm being nice.
Still traveling?
So what?
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ow! I felt that. My predecessor developed this exoskeleton to help even the field against those like you. But that's not what you should be worried about. Hey man, I said I felt that punch. I didn't say it hurt. Welcome to the Shadowverse.
Feels like it'll grow old if you stay. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salt.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
From Omni-Man's son.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede. at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
I agree.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
She was just leaving. That was Donald.
I told you, sweetie, everything's fine. You don't sound fine, Mom. Is Dad fighting again?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Why? What's going on?
Samantha?
It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today.
It's called an honest day's work.
Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too.
Well, I'm here
Cool,
now,
huh?
okay? You don't have to work some minimum wage job.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we
I've
come!
provided for this family longer than you've been alive.
There, 24 karat. You can sell this.
Turn it back.
Ugh, you're being stubborn for no reason.
I said change it back.
I have to run. The Times wants to interview me about my work in Chicago. I will visit in a few days to check in. Make Dad sell this. Bye. Hi there. I'm calling on behalf of the Katie Giles campaign to ask for your vote in next month's state comptroller election. No, comptroller, you know, overseeing budgets, auditing state finances.
Toodaloo.
It's critical work and... Hello? Hello?
I think you need a new slogan that doesn't have the word audit in it, or controller.
Local politics might not be as sexy as photograph and type.
Is it my time?
See? That's a better slogan.
Punching things in space.
Surprise! I'm taking you to lunch.
Unexpected, but appreciated. Let me go grab it back. There's this great Thai place down the street.
Somewhere else.
I said I'd be back at 1:30.
Order guide you.
Almost there.
Rain Cutter! No, my sword! Rain outlines your fate.
As one with wind and cloud.
Gather!
Yeah, witness the power of...
One with nature.
Las Vegas. Okay. Yeah, I'll do lunch and I can't fly to Europe that fast.
You get me for effort. And for letting me keep my skin on.
I didn't want to give you all the baggage of being a superhero without any of the perks.
Mark, I need you.
Give me a sec.
Phew. Huh?
Instead.
Go save the world, Invincible. Just make sure the voice in your ear isn't the only one.
You're way too good for me! Also, I need to take you back to work first.
Man. Wait for the moment. Jesus.
You're late. For what? Well, right? Something like that. Turns out the Atlanteans was told about Omni-Man murdering their king Aquarius. Since your dad vanished like a fart in a hurricane, Atlantean law dictates that his sentence falls to his next of kin. You. That's a stupid law. Maybe. But Atlantis controls the oceans. They threaten to erase the eastern seaboard if we deal with this. You want me to go to war against an entire underwater civilization? Who said anything about
Solidify! I will have order. Gather!
The wind knows me.
This isn't good.
You're right. Sorry, kid, I got a fire set up. Fuck down there, I'll be listening. Talk to me. It's the Lizard League, sir. Call me back to the Lizard League? They put my research lab outside the prison. How? You got King Lizard rotting in a prison cell. It appears that Supreme Lizard has seized control in his absence. Send in the Guardians. Are you sure? If they can't take down the Lizard League, they'll never be ready. Nope! Not that bullshit again. I'm not doing another meeting. That meeting better not be you, Ruby. It's not. Who are you? I call me the Shapesmith. Guardians! Things usually this week around here?
You have no idea.
Where this?
Welcome, son of ye who slayed my husband.
About that, you will address her as your majesty. Right, your majesty. It's an honor to meet you, and I'm very sorry for what my father did, but I can't do this. I'm definitely not here. Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward, but I have a girlfriend named Amber.
Into the wind.
Plays, so even though you seem super nice, it just wouldn't feel right.
Why would I need to? I commanded this kingdom for a decade while the Querers played dress up with you humans.
Oh, then we're not getting married?
We abolished that barbaric custom. What do you think we are, savages?
Oh, thank God. Thank you, Your Majesty. Great. So what's the new law?
Trial by combat. Release the Death Dweller!
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. No!
One with nature.
But you want me to fight that? Seems a little unfair. Okay, I win. Gonna go now? That makes a lot more sense.
If you're not feeling ready,
Yeah. Sell this bitch.
okay.
This place is adorable.
Solidify!
Come on in. And last but not least, the living room. I love it. It was recently renovated. It looks like they didn't even know what they were doing. Maybe it was professionally redone 2 years ago. When are you taking offers?
Gather!
Whoa!
Rain outlines.
I was we're definitely not ours. It's in our price range. We like the location. Of course I don't. It's not happening. When you earn the money, you can decide where we live. What was that?
Did we mention the spacious garage? Why don't you all go ahead? I'll meet you there in the chimney. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? I'll call you later.
Osmanthus wine tasted.
Your file on Atlantean law needs some serious updating.
This wasn't the deal. I'm pulling you out. Backup's over.
Crumble!
Talk to me, kid.
Quake!
How far away is that backup? Incoming. How's your chance to get out of there?
This place looks deserted. I guess all the survivors must have evacuated all the...
Cecil! That thing got loose! It's killing everyone!
They should have thought about that before they brought it home from the store.
I can't leave those people to die!
They tried to kill me. They were cheering.
All they wanted was justice for what my dad did.
You're not your father, Mark. That's why I'm going back. Okay. Now we can do this.
Osmantha.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Next time I give you an order, listen. Pull up your leg. Give it to the boys' car, D. I want to report. Yes, sir. Sir, she seemed
Silly child, Billy.
She saw me. She's a distressed person. I don't know what did on her. I know what's going on in her head. Anything else, Donald? No.
Why would you do that?
We don't want your fake food. All your fake gold.
They're not fake. But don't get it.
No, my sword!
You had your job for years. Losing it must feel awful. I know how hard you work to provide for us. Someone is trying to take that away from you. You've gotta get over this stupid man of the house thing. I'm trying to help.
Oh, yeah? Like you helped Chicago?
Adam, don't. What?
The whole lot was unstable. That's why the city never built there. It's a miracle nobody was killed. This is what happens when you think rules are just for us pathetic normal people. Your powers don't make you a hero. They make you dangerous.
I have to go.
Don't come back until you figure that out.
Toodaloo.
Wanna come over for tea? Silly tea?
Over here is our training room.
Yeah!
Wow. Look at all those things. Ooh, why don't you show them the shower, Immortal? It's a super room. You could do anything in there, right?
Well, your card's right, and maybe you can too someday. Guardians could use someone with your talents.
Forgive me for questioning your authority, Immortal. But you don't know about the shakes. I can tell you. I can tell you. I was born a baby human right here on the planet of Earth. I got my superpowers in a random industrial accident. I swore to use my abilities for good and to help people and to protect my planet, no matter what. Because I am a normal human superhero. Am I in?
Yes, we were defeated. Yes, it was embarrassing. Yes, it was my plan. But we are not a joke. No matter what social media says, we are the Lizard League, and we are unstoppable. We're unstoppable. We're unstoppable. And under my leadership, instead of that fool King Lizard,
That's Farina, right over there.
again.
She really is here all alone.
All hail Supreme
Uh-huh.
All hail.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Don't give a fake baby girl.
What was meant to happen did happen after all.
Don't cry.
Everyone's dead.
Don't cry, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out.
It's okay. You did your best.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
You're just like me. I understand. But you're doing your best. Okay?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Oh my gosh.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the
You need not to put an act in front of me, Farina. It's okay. It's okay to have emotions. It's okay to grieve over things and take time for yourself. It's okay to process your emotions and know it's not fun.
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must.
No one judges you. Okay? No one judges you for having emotions or about feeling things.
Once they realize that I'm
parts of
nowhere to be
life.
found.
You have to be okay with
And I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to come cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them
I
get
love her
away.
voice acting.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Come on, let's have some downtime with Farina. Why are you guys chasing a god of Celestia? It makes no sense to me.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you!
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Poisson. It's called fish in French, if you haven't noticed. Oh. Nice place.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Come on, traveler.
It's true.
Be the therapist.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
And how do
I
you
once had
have
informants
this
all over
energy
Tibet,
for 100 years? I
searching
thought
for
you'd be
clues
wiser.
and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
I hate everything to do with gods. Humans shall defy heavenly principles. Jesus fuck.
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
That's a good girl. What?
Well, that's enough for now.
No fuck.
Supposed to play the stricken maiden.
There's no way.
But honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of
His personality
trivial
or
prophecy?
something?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
share my burden. That's impossible. It was stated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
It's okay to fall in people's arms when you're alone, man. Come on.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other
Yes,
words,
I am in fact an
never
alien.
belonged here.
Or you could say
And
God.
if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Look at her, cute baby girl. It's okay. I'm here. Spill it out. It's safe, guys. There's no judgments. Okay, all I want to do is to help you. Ooh. Oh, what a trap! Good job, Linny. Trapped her into the...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
How did they do that?
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Yes.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon.
Why are you like typing your own demise?
Begin!
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
Alright then. Who will be my opponent
In the
in
village?
this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We're getting so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. Me versus the God of Justice in the court of law.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
A multitude of flame.
According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred,
I like how everyone in this room can be a better Archon than Fulfiller herself.
So,
Man.
we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the one...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Cloran, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very
Objection!
end.
Hold it! Got you! Yeah. The only thing we can do now is to judge the high ground. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we entered the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
Side character.
Isn't this the exclusive? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
You sound like Noelle.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Objection.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Oh, I'm speaking.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, yo, Traveler, relax.
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not.
What happened to the models in the back?
Charge accepted.
Hey, yo, relax there, Traveler.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
So you're not...
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way
Fine.
that I,
You're not the true Archon?
otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
You're arousing your own
Wish to
ego,
drop
as
the
they call
case,
it.
I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon. The people only see you as their Archon. Because that's their whole oh my god. The people only see you as their Archon. Because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think about this carefully. What do we know to be special about Farina exactly? Can I actually prove her wrong? Right, sure.
That doesn't sound
Hey,
right.
what? It's not child's conviction. There.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
So, Farina, instead of an Archon, could you possibly just be a cursed human?
Lady Farina
is
actually a human?
Well,
no wonder.
It is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely
So
a
you're not
human
the god of
being?
justice?
Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Farina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you
Why is
as
Paimon
confused as all the
speaking
rest
for
of us
me?
when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Then why don't you explain?
There is no need to provide an explanation.
Why is that though?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Good one, Neverlet.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Good job, my man. Neverlet, like handsome young boy.
Why
Old boy.
Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
But then, Miss Farina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Oh, you've been jump-scared by...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
You've been jumped by a mere Fatui Harbinger and you started crying. I'm sorry to say, but it doesn't really seem godlike of you, you know? I know Venti, he got slapped around by Signora, but you would still defend yourself. You're still divine. A brief demonstration of your power over the... Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a fish.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Roasted.
It's all because of indemnity.
You don't even have the gnosis, bro.
Archons derive their power.
What happened to your gnosis?
And I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Stop arousing
Isn't that
your
a huge stretch?
Yeah.
egotistical
No matter how generous
ego.
an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Yeah. No.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar.
Stop.
I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved.
You hear so much about people's opinions.
You want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow.
You'll have to provide us some evidence that you actually are a Hydro Archon, dude. If we can't prove that she isn't an Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... I mean, let's dissolve her.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood
pour it
struck
on the
area
fucking
not long ago,
Archon.
taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
She's really Fontainian with me. No, Farina, you cannot.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution.
We're gonna die.
As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Come on.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you
Relax.
believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really going on here? Farina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep her...
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing!
It's okay, it's okay.
Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also,
you're a god.
If I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
You don't want to ruin your... Distasteful. Preposterous.
Everyone!
No!
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am
Don't
your
cry, baby.
Archon!
Shh. It's okay. Don't. Oh no. I don't like it when she cries. Oh my god, stop. Look at her, she looks so sad. Aww.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too
I thought
stacked
you were the
against her
god
now.
of justice, though.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her to just stand against her now.
Baby girl, stop. Don't. Oh my god.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Jeez. No. Oh my god. My baby.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Oh my god, it's gonna say yes.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
No.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences,
Do not listen
is
to the
this
Oratrice
sentence
Mécanique
really
d'Analyse.
appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Come on, Farina, tell us the truth.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some but has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
I'm so confused.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Process of elimination.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
That doesn't sound quite...
Shut the hell up.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. And the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
What was the sin?
That doesn't sound quite...
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause if we hadn't dealt with it.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Oh my god, I forgot
Navia
this
fell
last
into the
gods.
water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life, not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, a key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
child.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy,
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept.
Well, too bad,
We've
bitch.
already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
so the prophecy will be fulfilled
Come on,
no
guys,
matter
we're
what,
gods.
huh?
I'm a god. I fought multiple gods.
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Who said that?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Oh, I'm the fate breaker of Tevat.
What's happening with the oratories?
I can nick that at least quite now.
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Jeez, no.
Farina!
Oh no, poor baby.
No, I still need answers.
You don't even care about her well-being, bro.
You...
Archon?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving
Is this the same voice actor?
the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principle. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been fun, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely,
Why'd she do that to her,
and
bitch?
agonizingly painful opera of all time.
She must be suicidal and depressed, man. Come on.
Time to go.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not
Come on. Jeez, I'm sorry. She's like, oh my god.
I am Focalor, the eyes of countless Fontainians.
Why did you do this to her, Focalor?
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance
Deserve this,
and
man.
nobility.
She's not an Archon. She's so obsessed with pretending, man.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. No, my sword! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Order guide you. Crumble! Rise! Crumble!
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
That's it. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? I took it. When did that end up here? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1 before Mirror, Farina. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, poor baby. I'm sorry for all the pressure that's been put on you. Okay.
Farina. Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
You're so cruel.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that. Mirror me. What do you wish to say? The prophecy. Have you heard of it? What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think... I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Oh, very good. You know it well. What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass? Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it. But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too? Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Bro, this is just your excuse not to take over your own nation just because you're fucking lazy. It's not an excuse to put someone in suffering and to give them human emotions, but to also give them immortality just because you wanted to fill your own desires. But you're not that person. You're still Fossilor. You're not Farina. You made a second conscious to make her suffer and to pretend that she is an Hydro Archon just because you wanted to fulfill your stupid selfish fantasies. And now she takes all this burden and she takes everything. This prophecy, she needs to take care of it, and not you. You're not taking care of it. You're forcing Farina to take care of this shit, even though you're the Archon here.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
See? This is all just a game for you, you bitch.
I suppose
What the fuck?
this would also be the justice that belongs
She is not
to
a god of justice. You're the god of justice. You should be ruling your own fucking nation, you fucking bitch. Oh my god.
Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role.
Why?
That of the new Archon.
You're so cruel. You're so cruel to
Play
Furina.
as
She's
a god. That's right.
Why? She's just a slave to you.
You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must
Why?
never let
Why don't you do it,
anyone
bitch?
suspect your identity.
You
If
can't force someone to be a
keep it
human.
up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your
I hate
identity
forced
be
lore.
revealed, then all
Why are you doing
hope
this?
will be lost. But how will I do this? A human assuming the role
You don't
of
have
a
to.
god
Don't listen to
without
her.
being
You can just live your own
Don't
life,
worry.
man.
What you must do is not to turn yourself into a
Why
real
though?
god.
Why?
You simply need to
She's
play
literally
the role of a
bound to
god
you.
as humans imagine
She's
them to
bound
be.
to this
Being a
stupid
human
role
yourself,
of pretending all
I'm
the
sure
time,
you
so
already
she can
know
never
what
truly be
such
herself.
an
That
entity
is
would
not
be
how
like.
a human is supposed to be. That's not how a human lives. You're supposed to have freedom and not play as someone that she is not. You should rule your own nation, Fossilor. Don't let Furina do your bidding. Just because you want a second conscience to act like a human because you're not a human, like, you can never be a human, but you put someone through that torture, but also you put them in the high ranking, the leader of a nation, and to make them pretend they were a god, but you also put the curse of them having a brain like a human, the emotions as a human. You know how tormenting it is to pretend that you're someone that you're not? And she's forced into this, right? She has no other identity. You made the second conscious for no reason. You're making this person suffer and giving her the burdens of an ex-god. And now you're making this her responsibility. And you also made the people of Fontaine to turn against her. And she cannot say anything, because that will play with the faith of the gods and make people doubt her as an Archon. She's tortured. She's being tortured by you. Fossilor, what the fuck are you doing?
Remember,
Why?
your true
Why is she obligated to
challenge
do
will
this for
not
you?
be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Why is she obligated to you?
I'm still not sure I understand, but...
Why?
So, how long am I going to have to play this role? To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many,
Why was she born in the first place? I would kill myself if I was in her position.
You, all will eventually end in a
Why
magnificent
is she,
and
like,
dramatic trial, and
is
everyone will be
responsible for all this?
Trial. Huh.
You're not free.
Exciting.
You're not free. Scene 2. Assassin's Speech. Furina. Oh my god. Fuck you, man. I fucking hate this game. Furina, I'm sorry. Baby. It's not your fault. You shouldn't be playing this role. You're not an Archon, man. And I don't know why Fossilor is doing this to you. Jesus, just because she just loves the idea of being human, but you put her through this torture.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest,
I don't know why you're
I
obligated
still
still.
don't know.
Just because you are made
Perhaps
by
I should first
Furina
try
and Fossilor, doesn't mean that you have to do this. You just made a slave to your own responsibilities and priorities, Fossilor. You made a slave to do that.
I'm sure you've all
To do your
heard
bidding.
about how I have taken on the role
But you also
of
give them
Hydro
a
Archon.
consciousness as a human being.
Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Fossilor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness
You don't even get
and
paid.
justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being
Why'd you
fake?
put her through this suffering, Fossilor?
This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
I'm sorry.
Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans
This will put
imagine.
a huge strain on your mental health. Like, you're not a god, you're a human at this point. You have a human consciousness.
Think. What do the people want?
You're overthinking like a human.
Imagine a god
Why did Fossilor put this strain on you?
assertive, with a strong sense of presence.
Jeez.
One who can
That's not even bad. Like, a leader can also like listen to other people's opinions and suggestions. Like, why? What's this concept of being a god? I hate this. This is so painful for you. I can't watch this.
Only ones
What the
such
fuck?
as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then...
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity.
This is not good.
Wonderful. Our future
Like,
may yet be bright.
as a leader, you shouldn't rely your choices and your decision based off other people's opinions. It should be your optimal and your most truthful self to carry out your decisions. But to be bribed and persuaded by other people and to just bid to arouse their good intentions of you and influencing your decisions as a leader to a nation just to please them and not for the greater good, I don't think that's good.
It seems
Verena.
I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again.
This is so flawed. I hate this. Verena,
No, this won't work.
stop. Come on, we need to say the truth. We need to be sincere and genuine.
The scales of justice should not
You're just
lie
lying to
heavy in
people
the
at this
hands
point.
of its God. On one side, it must
And you're lying to
carry
yourself.
fairness and justice.
This is
and
not good
on
for
the
you.
other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Jeez, and when the time comes, will you be confident enough? Are you even capable? Scene 3, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent.
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank
What
your
is
own
this
strength
toxic
and perseverance
positivity
instead.
that I'm seeing?
Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to...
Well, as I understand it,
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue...
Jeez, I hate this. This is torture.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment.
I forget that she actually is just a human with an extended lifespan.
It's good to see that
Jesus
everything is
Christ.
finally on track. There are no longer any
You have no, like,
suspicion.
you have increased emotion, complexity.
I just need to keep going. And everyone
How are you doing this?
Alright, Farina, don't think too
I don't think a god would overthink.
You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I don't think a god would overthink. Scene 4. Scene 4, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases,
Would
as
God
well as
have
a summary of the
increased
follow-up.
mental strength? But jeez.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end.
Jesus Christ, I'm
I
sorry.
feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh, come on. Look at her. Oh, poor baby. Man. Jesus Christ.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
This is torture.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady
Oh my
Farina.
god, this is torture for her.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh my god. It's okay. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Oh, man. I hate when... Oh my god. See how it is to pretend of someone who you're not. It gets to you, especially if you're a human and you live for this long. It was such a strain on you.
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. A manifestation of your power. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Poor baby. Oh my god.
So interminable.
It's okay. See, you fucking bitch. Oh the Lord, why did you do this to her? You fucker. Fuck you, you fuck. Why'd you give her a human consciousness? Fuck.
Hundreds of years must have passed
Oh
by
my
now.
god.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more.
Oh
I never
no.
imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago.
Oh my god.
Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
You don't have to do this. You can defy you can defy fate. You don't have to do this.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this? Would that not destroy all I've done so far? I have conducted
Why
so
are you
many
obligated to do this?
investigations
You're
across
not.
the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Lord should do
All
this.
I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh my god.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Yeah, Jesus.
Although I
Thank
don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Why
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Okay, come on.
Farina, you should
You're not selfish. You're valid. You don't have to. You don't have to carry out
it's
this.
really all right?
It is alright.
Farina,
Okay.
you've worked so hard for so long.
You did.
Surely it would
And
be
you
okay
deserve
to
it.
put yourself first for
You
once.
deserve everything.
Just this once.
They didn't.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway?
It's not.
To find someone in whom you can confide your
It's okay.
frustrations and sorrows. Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
Oh my god.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first
Oh, you
deceive
bitch.
yourself.
Fuck you.
She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Why should you give her human emotion?
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you. hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Jesus.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratries take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose?
I mean, you did make her
Furina
suffer for 500 years, you bitch. And why did you give her fucking human emotions and a conscience? You didn't have to do that.
My work over these
That was so
last
unnecessary,
500
fucker.
years
Fuck you,
has
man.
been
Fuck.
to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratries. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratries. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possess. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette.
Do you paint your toenails?
I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Yeah, fucking die, bitch. Please don't tell me this kills Farina, though. Oh god, that's sad. Oh, please stop crying. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I, Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
He has his power back. Is he the Archon now?
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Jeez.
He
has his power.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy.
He's stronger
Its
than
name
Archon.
is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
We will Kill this bitch. Overtrace mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Oh my god, it's an Elden Ring boss.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
This is an Elden Ring boss, Jesus.
Unless...
Solidify! Stabilize!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Gather!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Oh my god.
What the thingy over there? Huh? Really scary.
Who's that? Is that child?
Into the wind.
This isn't good. Time to go.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Got it.
Oh, my sword.
Rain cutter. One with nature. Fallen leaves.
Dorothy! Higher, higher, pants on fire!
Holy shit. Overtrace mécanique d'analyse cardinale. He's the true god of Fontaine. What is that? Who is that? Who's that?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
Oh my
Should've been
god.
my job,
You look
but
cool. You look like a concrete Star Rail person.
it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the
Oh my
meantime.
god, she looks pretty.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point. But they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
It's beautiful.
What a blunder.
Oh, cute.
I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as pet.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
She's the best person.
On the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did.
Oh my god,
His
I'm pulling
name
for
is
her.
Sotology.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The
The Honker is the real character.
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Oh, Rhine-Daughter.
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand
She
now.
lies?
My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
She looks so cool.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Is this happening in real time?
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Where is Dusty?
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Everyone is good swimmers.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
cute. Oh my god.
The Solo renewed! The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to Skyship Winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the report. Are those really Jurier and Nadia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Well, Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction.
Paimon's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first.
Wow. Who was the girl? She looks so cool. It's a Bloom team.
Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Dissipate.
The doctor will see.
Strike a pose. Let me weave you a bird. Time to shine.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Our bond is strong. Yoo-hoo!
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the
rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Stand with me. Lightning.
This is a very healthy team. Should keep this in mind.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
The doctor will see.
We had by choose to drive her. I forgot.
Let the world come alive!
Taking a turn for the better.
Rain cutter. I'll settle this.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Let my name echo in song! Shout!
Seems like an emergency.
The doctor was...
Our bond is strong! Out of my way! Witness the power. Time to shine!
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Stand with me!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the trap.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur...
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the Fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And...
You seem curious about the Fortress.
Of course. That Ridsley.
But he did invite you to...
2 large pots.
I have to agree.
Speaking of...
Well,
Wow, it's like...
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snežević?
Me? I'm fine with anything.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just... This is my first...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Still, if I might ask, where...
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that long?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, sure. Come on, Miss...
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, I got it.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that...
I'll just... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers...
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad.
Oh.
What change can there be?
The fortress will keep chugging along. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story. All right, last stop, the docks.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that...
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again...
Yes, you successfully...
You should be happy for them.
Rise! Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest event.
That's all right.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal town. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this...
I would agree, but I've also heard that... I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear. Switching my masks is something well, that depends on many things. No one truly. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets. I guess this must be life. All right then. We'll be...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing?
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Miss... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't...
Aw, Paimon's glad that... Alright, let's have it then. How is Fontaine actually safe?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of Mimic. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. Hang on a second. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they...
Life has always flowed like water.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere... Those Oceanids who were blessed with...
Paimon sorta gets...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Riley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's wheat, but the various mechs and machines in the city are...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume? I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis, we guessed that there might be some reason.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was...
what is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet? Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, The bond...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information...
All right. What else?
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god. And she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Jeez, awesome.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare.